Hello? It is time. Alright. I was not able to figure out... Still not able to figure out what's going on. with why the skeleton just kind of falls apart. And why it does that so quickly, right? And it's actually, honestly, it's actually really fast that that happens. They very quickly forget. So really, I just have to like keep looking at the code until I find out where it is. I do know that the forward vector, I've figured it out a little bit. So here's where the limitation really happens. So it'll pretty much, you know, just move it to wherever it wants to go or something, rescales it, or I guess it more or less points it in the direction it wants to go, and then scales it. But then there's this get limited rotation, which essentially just writes back, I think, the chain. So we have two tail, chain tail minus chain head is a direction, or it's the vector. When we write a chain forward, we are, or when I call update chain forward, we are writing chain head to be this. So chain head updates. Tail, does tail update? I don't know, I'm a bit confused. But get limited rotation is here. The middle parameter is the parameter that is being limited. The vector. Offset is like the head rotation or something. So it's kind of like offset is the head rotation. So offset is supposed to be the rotation of the parent. So that's offset. Current global rest. Current global rest should always be loaded as... is this the only place it's set? Yeah, so this is where it's written. It takes the cache current joint rotations. Okay. We're taking the parent global pose. Parent global pose. If there is a parent, get bone global pose. So we get the real pose. We multiply by the local rest, which is kind of not right. So that's the offset. The forward vector... A forward vector is just like the default forward of the bone, I think. Which is also probably set here. Here, initialize joints. If mutable bone axis is true, mutable bone axis should then pull Okay, it calls get bone access. Get bone access. Get bone access. Compile base. Should I even bother? Did I compile yesterday? I guess I did. Get bone access. I want to keep saying access for some reason. Get bone access is when you provide an end bone. Get bone rest. It's current rest. Inversely transform if we have mutable axis, we get the bone pose. If we don't have mutable axes, we get the bone rest. So I guess it's taking like that length vector essentially and rotating it to, I said the length vector. It's taking the point. I think a bone is the point in space and its rotation is the rotation at that point. So, right, no, I get it. It's taking the bone position is relative to its parent. So, if I have this bone, I'm technically defining this bone as having this length and this rotation, right? Yeah. So what axis does is we take the rotation of that bone over here and we get this length as that rotation. Does that even make sense? That seems odd. And then we normalize it for some reason, so I don't even know why you would do that. Huh, I don't know. But that's the forward vector. Sure. It is reading... This is what bothers me. Because it is reading get bone pose, which is not the rest. But it does read the get bone rest if mutable bone axis is false. So then that shouldn't be the case. Then there's this get vector from bone axis. Direction from parent. Which I'm guessing is probably not even defined here. It probably comes from... Yeah. So this comes from... Oh. I changed some settings, so I lost it all. I should figure out how to reload that and like remember it or make it a bind. Well, anyway. IK modifier 3D. CCDIK. IK 3D. And then it was, it's probably like iterate IK 3D is next. Hi, Yulia. And then I had probably chain IK 3D. I feel like I'm missing a file already. And here I'm looking for skeleton modifier 3D. So I think this one is probably the one that has that get axis. Get vector from bone axis. Get what? Get vector from bone axis. Okay, so probably never calling it like that. It's probably always passing in direction. Oh, right, one of the header files. Iterate IK header file. Or is it chain IK? IK modifier, get bone axis and the bone direction. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Right's Vanguard leveled up. But thanks for this news. I discovered a wild rabbit hole of people using a second PC, more expensive black market hardware to cheat on Valorant. What? Okay, so end bone direction is always bone direction from parent. If I get sick of this, I've got something else I'm gonna do. To hopefully clear my mind a little bit, because like all I can think of right now is putting in prints in the middle, but that's awful. Cache current joint rotations. Okay, hang on, I'm seeing something. Cache current joint rotations. Cache current joint rotations. Where was forward vector updated? Okay, it's only in init joints. Followed tutorial on how to make trees on Blender for days now, and by accident I discovered this. The amount of that procedure generates trees called East Tree. I don't know. I was looking at that. The issue with Easy Tree, yeah. The issue with the add-ons is that the menu, it's this little tiny box, and you gotta type in everything right then and there. You misclick, you'll lose it. If you click off that box, it's saved and you can't change it. And if you want to make a variation of that tree, it's impossible. You have to like write down everything that you saved, or like save some sort of preset before you commit to it. And okay, the reason I know is because like I was looking at how to make trees in Blender for a bit, and I was really looking at add-ons, because add-ons were the only things that anyone was making, which is really upsetting because of that. They just have like a natural limitation. They should have been geometry nodes. It should always have been a geometry node template. So then I was trying to set up my own geometry node, and I said, forget that, I'm just going to draw it. And then that was difficult. And then I said, forget it, I'm going to make a trunk, the main stem, and then an ellipse for the leaves. Someone's got to make a geometry node and not sell it for $10. Or maybe just convert those existing add-ons into geometry nodes. Not here. Update bone axis will also change it. And axis is the current bone pose. Okay. If tools enabled, not changed, changed is false. If tools enabled, if not, I'll just use PNGs as billboard leaves. Trunks are easy. Yeah. Wait, now... If setting extend end bone, I know that that should be off every time, so I don't need to worry about that. If change to make gizmo, but else, is it just that line? Old V, change this old V is equal, okay, so we're just saving the value and then updating it and then checking it. Okay, so it's, okay, it's not actually doing anything different. Okay, I just had to see. But update bone axis is reading the current bone pose as the axis. So update bone axis is called in one place. It's right here. It's called in init joints, which will go through the setting call init joints. And then if mutable, we call update bone axis. But I know that it's false, so that won't happen. And then iterate IK3D is like the last thing, so it's only that method being called. There. So I don't need to worry about that. Wait a second, what? Update bone axis. Solver info list. Forward axis is equal to that. Init joints. On setting. Solver info list. Let me follow this. Cache current joint rotations. Process IK calls init joints. It calls init joints. Init joints simulation cached space. Alright. It shouldn't do any of that, and even if it did, mutable bone axis is false. Which means when we get here to... When we get to init joints here, mutable bone axis is false, which means that is passed to the get bone axis. Back here to the get bone axis. Or not here. That goes here to get bone axis. No. That goes IK modifier 3D. Over here. It goes to get bone axis. Passing false, which means we read its rest pose relative to its rest pose. Okay. Rest pose, rest pose. Okay. Well, init joints on each setting. Init joints again does global transform interpolated. Okay, so it's really just saving that. It's just saving that, and then it doesn't actually do any of the other things. And even if it did, it's passing false, so it's always getting the relative position. Okay. So it really just saves the space. Then I do cache current joint rotations. So far, it's clean. Cache current joint rotations does not update the forward vector. There is an offset. The offset could be the problem. If the offset... It's kind of like if the offset is itself, right? So we're going to chain, update. Oh no, it would be under iterate. Here, limited rotation. Forward is the one being solved for. No. Forward is, wait. Offset, we take the local vector, re-rotate it. Yeah, see, this is where things just get crazy messy and stupid. Because I need to keep three calls in mind to understand what's happening. I pass the skeleton, and I pass the where I have the chain right now. Get limited rotation. Solver info current global rest. Forward vector is the rest forward. Global rest is an offset to what? Global rest is an offset, which I take that vector, I inverse by the offset. Okay. Alright, so that's good. So what this means is I'm taking whatever its rotation is and I'm undoing the parent rotation. So now we're just in like... We're just looking at its local stuff. Yeah, it even says local vector. So then limitation... This is probably the one that I was missing. I'm looking for... Cone 3D. I don't think I care about this one, actually. I'm just going to trust that that one's right. I'm looking for... this one? So what are we correcting? We're correcting direction, which is the local forward vector. So we are correcting the first value. Local current vector. We are correcting the last value. Local vector. And then the forward is the current forward vector. Joint settings and limitation is valid. Okay. Set bone pose rotation, elbows. So it could be this angular delta limit. At the same time, it doesn't make sense how that could possibly pull out of that. How can it pull out? Cache current joint rotations, is that in chain IK? IK modifier. What? IK modifier 3D setting. Setting cache current joint rotations. Oh, here it is. Gosh. Angular delta limit. It's possible that what happens is the output rotation for the IK okay, well, I think I've already... No. So the... Okay, hang on. Right. So I know for a fact that the IK, this, will not, it should not output a result outside of the allowed ranges. However, when it comes to this, it is possible for this one to not respect that change, I guess. So the incoming pose could be down here, and the IK is like, let's go up here. And this one says, no, you can't do that, we'll go here. And the input comes back even lower. So the IK can never like get back to where it's supposed to be. So what I would really like to be able to do here is to allow solver info. Solver info setting. Iterate AK3D setting. Solver info. Does solver info know about the settings? IK solver info is probably in IK modifier. IK modifier solver info. Okay, so it doesn't have. It doesn't know the setting it's attached to. But then I have a feeling they need to be connected somewhere. Does the setting store info? That's joint setting. No. Okay. What I could possibly do, so I have this rest correction as a parameter. I could possibly add another parameter that just provides basically what I would do is I would take the current local pose and I would use that limitation solver on it again after it's been angular delta limited, but then use it again to make sure that it's definitely in the right place. Or somehow I can determine if the current L pose, previous is current L pose, rotation X is all. L rest from to forward vector current global rest current vector. So current vector is the working data, I guess. Yeah. We compute a new one by taking that the from to whatever. So that's a possibility. My question is, how do we pull the settings and that at the same time? Process IK. We loop through the settings. Solve iteration. Setting contains a solver info list. Chain IK3D setting. Okay, so the setting contains the work. I do setting, cache current joint rotate. Wait, the setting knows its limits. The setting knows the limits. Okay. So I think then what I actually do here is I can pass a Boolean that says like reapply limitations or something. So what I have right now is each setting has a rest correction angle, and then I would probably have, yeah, I would have a Boolean switch here that says reapply limits. So basically we do all this, and then we could reapply limits. However, I know that that's like a band-aid fix. I don't know how it's possible. I feel like there's no way that in a single tick, the physics simulation can pull it. Because, okay, so here's what happens. I have 10 iterations. We can go 1 degree each time. So essentially what this means is that in a single tick, the physics simulation has to pull a bone more than 10 degrees away from where the IK wants it to be. Otherwise, the IK would fix that immediately. So it's still the case that... Right. I think that's the evidence there. I think it's still the case that the bone axis is being changed. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. That the axis has to still be getting changed. Which means I kind of still have to understand how that's happening. I wonder if I can access the forward vector to see it. Okay. Let's try this. So I have an expectation that these settings, if I were to request a bone's forward vector for each bone, they should all be the same. They should never change. So here's my thinking. I might be able to go here and ask for this. I could do get joint is it axis vector? Get joint rotation axis vector. So let me see what that is. Get joint rotation axis vector. Get joint limitation right, huh? Get joint what? Get joint rotation axis vector. I don't know, we're highlighting like that. We go to joint settings, we get the joint setting, and then we call get rotation axis vector. Joint settings, iterate IK3D joint settings. Get rotation axis vector. Rotation axis vector. Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. I am very much looking for forward vector. I know that solver info is all the way up here. IK modifier 3D, IK modifier, 3D solver info. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I think I would like to be able to see the entire solver info. So, IK modifier 3D solver info. So there's actually no way. Okay, so this one is a bit weird. This one defines it, but it doesn't save it. So IK modifier 3D. Let me see who inherits this. IK modifier 3D. So this is inherited by chain IK and two bone IK. So I go to chain IK. This one has the solver info list. What I would like, I guess, is for chain IK to be able to provide that solver info list. Just as, like, itself, I guess. It can just provide as a dictionary. Because the solver info is very consistent. It has 4 rotations, current L post, current L rest, current global post, current global rest. I just want to see what those are. And then there's 2 bone IK. Root solver info, joint solver info, or mid joint solver info. Okay, so yeah, for now I'll just have it be on chain IK3D. Chain IK3D will provide a method to obtain get settings end bone direction. Get end bone. Get root bone. Get end bone. Direction and length. Setting joints. Okay. Where's the binds? So I want to see a specific joints. Get joint bone name, get joint count. So we like get joint info. An index to the setting and then the actual joint itself. I'll say get joint solver info. Okay. So it'll be a get joint solver info. Return a dictionary. All right. Whoa. What? And then it has to be like this, I think. Whoops. Whoops. Error fail index value. And that would be local vector. Is it like this? Solver info list. So yeah, I guess I take it as, yeah, I take it as a reference like this, solver info list is equal to chain settings index. Settings dot size and then chain settings index. What? Settings dot size. IK modifier 3D setting. Chain settings for caching. Why? So where do we update chain settings? They don't update. Set inbound direction. Make simulation dirty. So iterate settings for caching. There's the joint settings. Oh no, this. Now I'm really bothered. There's a Godot asset store now? Sorry, did I miss that? I did. That was 10 minutes ago. Wow, my bad. Godot asset store? That's always been there. You mean the add-ons? Yeah, they're called assets. It's been there for a long time. It's not new. Unless there's something else. Right, so I don't understand this because cast settings. Cast settings. Cast settings. Create it this type, push back all the settings, return this settings. So chain IK, settings, cast settings. Okay. So, but what happens when I change? Cast setting, create a result of the type you wanted. Copy my settings casted to your settings. Okay, that's fine. As long as you're only extending, as long as you're only providing an extended type, that's fine, because then you're not slicing it. You're just saying, oh yeah, take all this and then add my stuff, is what this is doing. How about we don't do that? How about we don't do that? Because now I have 3 copies of the same data all over the place. How about we use the fact that we wanted like 3 layers of inheritance and just have IK modifier 3D not have this? You could just delete that. Or I mean, yeah, you would just delete this. Instead, you would have a virtual method that is called getSettings that returns a local vector of that. I think. You know what? Forget all the inheritance. Forget defining this out here anyway. All right. Well, okay. So the real information is stored there. Iterate IK3D copies settings over. But who has the real information? Because the chain IK setting is where solver info list exists. However, I think it's the case that iterate IK3D, iterate settings, is where the solver info is actually updated. Also in the wrong place. Yes. Iterate is where they actually exist. Okay. So instead of putting it on chain IK3D, I need to put it on iterate IK3D because chain IK3D will never actually do anything. Okay. So yeah, it has to go on iterate IK3D, which will have a method that's like get joint solver info. Because that's where it actually exists. Okay. Chain IK3, I need to delete that. Iterate IK3, iterate IK3, iterate IK3. Set the linear limits. I guess I can actually just send that now. Pete Parsons hasn't tweeted since 2024. I haven't tweeted since longer than that. Good for him. You're not Pete, I don't even tweet. Okay. You're right. I was hoping he'd say something out of touch and inflame the Destiny 2 funeral. Or to inflame. The best thing you can do as a CEO for your company on Twitter is to just retweet the main account's tweets. That's all you should do. You should do nothing else. Quote tweets say, "Good job, team." And also play the games as well. That'd be cool. You should play the games that your company makes. Bro's in a yacht with Bungie's money. Yeah. I hope what I can do, this would be like a very far distant dream, but to like seriously play the games that I make and to show myself playing those games. Like and hopefully also be, you know, good enough at them to not look like an idiot. Why wouldn't you play them? I really think that after like a certain level, what am I trying to say? Like, go up the hierarchy of game development studios, you reach a point where nobody in management anymore is playing the game. The people who are making like creative decisions in the game aren't playing the game. They're writing the story and they don't play the game. Or they say we need to like rebalance this weapon, and they've never played it. They've never used the weapon, like in a shooter game, that kind of stuff. Or even worse, the game that they're making, I mean, it's okay to be bad at your own game, but I mean, like, there's a case where they're just so bad you wonder if this is the first time they've played their own game. I've seen I feel like I even see Minecraft devs where that's like the amount of work that they're doing in the game is kind of inexcusable for their own knowledge of the game, or the lack of their knowledge in the game. The guy who did the most recent, or I guess like the leader who did the most recent like terrain generation update for Minecraft, I think first of all, it's really cool because he goes into a lot of detail about how they do it. So you can basically kind of like recreate Minecraft's terrain generation just from like the information that he's provided. But then there's like been a few segments where he goes in and plays the game, and I don't know, there's just something about the way he's moving that I can see that like he doesn't play the game, but he's making like very specific decisions about how the world is created. And I think it's a huge that's a huge gameplay thing. Or they're making things like structures, and they've never actually encountered their own structure as it's like generated in the game, right? Like I think trial vaults don't count because, or trial chambers don't count because I think they definitely had a lot of playtesting from non-developers to do that. But I think the ruins or whatever they are, where you're supposed to go in there and you like get the suspicious sand and gravel, I don't think the people who made that ever play tested it. I think what they did is, I mean, I think they play tested it in terms of like, they spawn in the structure, they give themselves a shovel, and then they just go through it. But they've never like encountered it naturally in the game. And there's a very big difference when you're like set up to see like, if I have this tool and everything's totally fine and it's like very sterile, how does this go? But then they don't actually like load up. They don't have the update and they say, all right, cool, let me go find one of these and let me go explore it in my world. Let me make a new world. Let me play the game up to that point where I can find it and then go see. I don't think so. Because what I noticed is that most of them, they're really annoying to look for. They are really annoying to traverse. And you get so much stuff that you don't want that it kind of becomes a thing where it can consume like an hour of your time. And then you realize you didn't even explore all of it, or you got a really tiny one that spawned nothing at all. That kind of stuff. Like those frustrations. I feel like those structures need to have chests or barrels in them. They should have those. They should provide... I actually don't know if they provide this. Let me double check. I also can't remember what they're called. Is it Trail Ruins? Yeah, they're called Trail Ruins. Okay, here's the other problem. They do not give leather. They have to give leather. They give string. They must give leather. I haven't said it very explicitly, but they should have chests or barrels, and they must give leather. The reason for that is because they already give string. You can craft a bundle. Otherwise, you have chests that you're going to be able to find at that location, so you don't have to have had an axe or have been carrying a chest or a barrel with you or something, or even a crafting table. You have to stop, craft up a chest, make a box to store all the crap that you didn't really want in there. If it was a big one, I mean not even a big one. If it's like got 3 rooms, you need a chest or a bundle. I don't think they should give you bundles because bundles are non-stackable. They can very quickly fill your inventory, and that would be really annoying thing. Leather is always good to have because you can make books out of that. They should give you that. So that you can get string, you can get leather from the location. You could possibly make a bundle at some point if you don't already have one. And also, I just think the loot sucks. They give a lot of dye. I don't like that. They give specific stained glass panes. I don't know. It's honestly kind of worthless to go here because almost all the loot is not good. The only thing you want is the shards and the trims. Everything else that it gives you is kind of useless and actually just annoying. There's too many things. They don't stack, or they do stack, but you're gonna have like 7 inventory slots of all like one single item that you found. Like that's what I mean. I feel like any developer who really were to play their world, find one of them naturally and start going through it, they're gonna be like, this is crap. They're just giving me so much crap and I'm not gonna use it. And I wanna have it in case I end up using it in the future because it's still sort of useful, but it's not something I'm gonna use right now. So like instantly you just inflated their inventories. They can't even make bundles. They don't have boxes to store them in. It's dumb. And I mean, like I said, the biggest thing is that, like going to a dungeon or trial chambers, you get nicely stackable stuff, or there's a box, and you can just leave it and not even touch it. So you can come back later. With the trail ruins, you have to bring a special item to even interact with it. So if you don't have that, there's no point in exploring it. And then I kind of lost where I was going with this. Yeah, all the items that you get, you have to have in your inventory or store them in a container immediately. They don't like there's not a chest that you find that you can just open up, say, "Oh, I want this stuff." And I'll store all this crap into this chest and I'll come back for it later if I want it. That should be in there. They need to have chests or barrels. They need to provide leather so you can make a bundle. They need to reduce the amount of loot that they have. I mean, let me actually just pull it up then. Since I'm talking about it. And I think this is probably one of the biggest loot tables in the game. These might have the largest loot table ever. Like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different types of stained pane glass panes. Those aren't even the good kind either. You would rather have the glass block because most builds, I think you would just use the glass block. You don't want to use the pane. So if you had the glass block, at least you could craft it into the pane if you wanted the pane instead. Hanging signs, those have really small stack sizes. So if you're getting a lot of those, they're going to fill up your inventory even faster. I think the wheat seeds and beetroot seeds don't make any sense. You can get those when you want them. The wooden hoe just feels like an insult. That's like actually just insulting to get that. The candles, I guess, are fine, but I wish they weren't dyed. It could have just been one single candle, because you provide the dyes already. So if you want to dye your candle, you can dye the candle. The clay and bricks is fine. The bricks is probably better. I would even probably just drop the clay. Like, don't give any food. That doesn't make sense. Coal is always good if you're just filling it out. Probably don't give glass at all. I don't know. I feel like this entire loot table is just bad. There's too many things and nobody wants any of them ever. There's like 2 good things. There's the emerald and the coal. Everything else you can craft or you can find somewhere else. Gold nugget is also probably just insulting to get that. You'd rather just mine gold. And it's another thing that's just littering your inventory. Because once you have a gold nugget, it's now gold block, gold ingot, gold nugget, and you're just like dealing with the fact that you have these nuggets sitting around, and you're eventually going to be able to use them once you get them into an ingot. But these are all really good, right? There are... I think Wayfinder is unique to this one. I don't know what the other ones are. I know that at least one of these smithing templates is totally unique to the Trail Ruin. Oh, and then apparently it's... Wait, rare suspicious gravel? Hang on. Suspicious gravel. Oh, okay. Also the fact that you can destroy these by accident. That's really upsetting. There's a very slight difference in the mining speed. For these, the texture is very slight. It's really hard to tell. I feel like it's too difficult. If you have a good shovel, that difference in speed is almost going to be not noticeable. Like, just in time for you to realize that it's breaking too slowly, you almost don't have the reaction to, like, take your finger off the mouse to stop yourself from breaking it. So then you just lose it. And there's so few of them, and there's so much gravel and sand all over the place. You're breaking like 10% of them. Minecraft is too bloated, it's just me being... I think this is terrible. Like, I just think this is terrible. Get rid of the dyes. Or don't get rid of the dyes, keep the dyes. Remove all the candles, make them a single plain candle. Because those are actually kind of difficult items to obtain, and they look nice. And you would probably actually use them right away. Single color candle. Honestly, actually, I would probably just say get rid of the dye entirely. Just no dye, single color candle. Bricks. Get rid of the clay. Get rid of the seeds. Keep the coal. Keep the strings. Add leather. Get rid of the gold nugget. That's just it. That's just dumb. I think it's just dumb. And yeah, I just noticed this. Because there are so many items, the average blocks to brush 22 to get one of the... So basically this means you're not going to get this item, or you're basically never going to get a repeat. You go to a trail ruin, if there are 22 gravel blocks in there, you are likely to get a unique item every time. So suddenly 22 inventory slots gone. Like, and they're all basically equal chance. Also, I think the wheat seeds are also insulting. You can break grass to get that. As soon as you start growing wheat, you instantly have a surplus of wheat seeds. You like Minecraft way too much for your own good. I've explored like 3 of these ever, and I don't like them. Like I said, I found one that had nothing in it. It was I think it was just, I can't even call it, I mean, yeah, I will call it bugged. There's no way a trail ruin could intentionally just be the entrance and nothing else, and have no suspicious stuff anywhere. That's like a mistake in like the generation of the world. I brought like a double chest over. I brought bundles over because I was getting too much stuff in one of them. And then I was like, the only thing I like from all this was the emerald and the coal. And the leads in the string. That was kind of it. I didn't want anything else from it. And then I guess any of these that I found, which I don't even know if I found any of these. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, they had the idea for it. They made it. They made sure that it like generated roughly correctly. They explored it once and they said, oh yeah, this is good. And then they never played it in the game. Making me want to give it a try. Like, all I can say is the whole structure is just annoying to deal with. I'm not really interested in pottery. In fact, the trial chambers litter your inventory with pottery stuff. So they were kind of... Trial runes were kind of negated as soon as trial chambers came in, so now the only thing you want is that unique armor trim that I'm sure is probably only available there. And then you want the music desk, which is probably totally unique to it as well. But then it's like, how many are you going to explore? You got to explore like probably 20 of them to get those 2 items. And the whole time you're just going to be getting... You're going to have to stop what you're doing, throw your items on the ground, or put a box down, put the stuff in the box. And even then the box might not be enough because there's so many unique items you're getting. I had Hytale, Total War, Stalker, Gamma. Well, am I next weekend, but they all look like too much commitment. I don't know about the other ones, but like I don't know. Sandbox games aren't really commitments. You can just like play them whenever you want. Your progress is always there. The commitment comes from finding it. That's for sure. If you want to find, if you're like, hey, I want to find a trail ruin, good luck. You really have to wander around for minutes at a time doing, just kind of wasting your own time. That's the other thing. I feel like the reason why their structures kind of suck sometimes, I think the reason the trail ruins completely suck is because they never tested it in a real game setting. They never booted up a world and said, all right, I'm going to go find a trail ruin, and realize they can't find one after like 30 minutes. And they're like, I give up, I'm going to teleport to one. Like, that's not how the game is supposed to be played. The problem of finding structures was partially solved, I guess because just people kept complaining about it enough. So the cartographer can give you specific maps, but they can't give you like a generic search. You can't go to one and say, hey, like give me a location of a trail ruin. Just you as a homeless man wasting time looking for guns and dead bodies, and you find go and then get killed by another homeless man on drugs. Back to work. Get joint solver info. Get joint solver info. Yeah, this is super weird. Oops. We check the setting size, but then we access the other one. I feel like that's just asking for trouble. Iterate settings. Solver info of... Well, actually, I guess what I'm doing is I'm just doing... What is it? IK modifier. IK modifier 3D solver info. IK modifier 3D solver info. I don't think I need to do that, right? I can just write it like this. I should be able to. Iterate settings. That. Solver. This one's in chain IK. Solver info list. Actually, I guess I am supposed to do it this way. Oops, wrong place. Oh, what am I doing? I'm messing it up. And then I do... Okay. And then I do... result, set... It's in here. All of these things. I'll just call it pose to be that. And then get joint count. Wait, where's get joint count? Joint size, okay. You obtain solver info, we go to solver info list, head, joints.size. Good. Okay. Pose will be info. And when they iterate it, it looks like... What? Solver info, I guess I don't really have to say const, but I'm going to say constant. Well, because they're modifying it. So I say const. And I'll say current. Oh, and then length, I guess. Though I don't know if a length is necessary, but I'll give it anyway since it's there. Okay. Alright, then this is a compile. So back to 0. Why are those ones compiling? Why did iterate IK not compile? Oh, it did. I see it. It's in there. Okay. All right. So what I hope, and I also hope not to see, is that forward vector is changing call to call. So I'm just going to print out like the front right leg every frame. I'm going to print out just I mean, I guess I'll do a test a few times to see which leg is like consistently inverting itself. Or maybe I just won't. Yeah, I think I'll actually just print out the first legs. Which one did I see definitely inverts? Well, okay. They all definitely end up with the wrong... with an orientation that's outside of their limits. Okay. Here's what I hope. I actually hope to see that forward vector does not update. But then I won't understand how the physics simulation is taking the IK to such an extreme, more than 10 degrees outside of its limitation in a single tick. Because every single tick, it's allowed to perform a degree, up to a degree rotation of correction, which if it's outside the limit, it will just immediately snap it to that limit. Or even like the first iteration will say, oh, we're outside the limit, let's do like something even worse. And then it says, okay, well, we can't do that. So then we snap it to the limit. That kind of thing. So then at least after 2 iterations, it's working on a bone structure that is limited. It could return a result that is exactly on those limitations, but then the physics tick should not take it so far outside that it stays outside the limitation. Or rather, then here's the other thing. Here's the thing that I still haven't done yet. I need to somehow get in there to those settings and make it so the physical skeleton will see that there's some limitation, or probably have like a toggle that says, hey, if you see the limitation, copy that limitation to the angular limits of the joints. Right? Alright, so it compiled. Because honestly, the last thing that I want to do is I want to go in there and have to like change some, put in a hack on the engine to make it respect my limitations. Because I guess technically if the physical skeleton joints don't allow it to go outside of the angles, that's probably the real thing, right? I do turn off the angular limits. But it's supposed to be that they can't even exceed that anyway. The IK will come back and tell it, here's where you're going. And so if it's ever outside of the IK limitations, it will go back in. Right. So I'm going to run it a few times just to see... I might get rid of this ball. I keep, like, knocking it away. Go over here. You go over there. In fact, I don't even want to see... I don't want to see you guys moving. Just disable. And then I would like to stand in front of it. Facing it. Yeah, so what I see happens over time is those things are dropping. And then, yeah, now I think they have definitely... Okay, not quite. Okay, now they definitely have, yeah. I remember now. The limitations on these joints is... very, very small right now. These joints are, like, pretty much already outside of their limit, in fact. So they should really not be dropping. I shouldn't even see them dropping. And I do see them dropping. Okay. So I can kind of pick any one of these to look at. So I'm going to look at... I'm going to set it back up so it's operating how I think it should be operating, which is doing this. For all the character is... should be doing... That's fine. It doesn't really need to be changed. So yeah, that's fine. Because physical skeleton doesn't actually do anything after they rotate. It just updates rotation targets. Okay, so this is operating how I want it to operate. Then what I want to look at is I want to look at the first bone of the first... I want to look at the results here. The first bone of the first setting. So it would be... I have the set. Current IK modifier. Get... Solver... IK modifier is what? Is it an IK modifier? Yeah. So I'm going to treat this as instead a iterate IK. Join solver info 0, 0. And then we'll print info forward. I'll just print the info. No, I'll just print the info forward. Okay, good. I like that. Forward is not changing, and yet the axes are far outside of where they should be. So in fact, what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually just going to print the whole thing, and I'm going to see what's really changing. Am I getting errors? Input overflow. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Info current. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong bone. I want to look at that bone. Okay. So this should be changing. Yep, it's changing. Good. Also, these are supposed to be quaternion. No. Current, yeah. Current is a vector. It's in here. Forward's a vector. L pose. What do these use? So chain IK limits using the current global rest. So current global rest is the offset. Right, that's the offset. So I want global rest. I think this one should not be changing, and it is changing. So I guess what I expect to see then is that this vector slowly pointing more and more down. It's pointing down. Slowly but surely. Pointing very far down. Okay. So this is that offset. The offset should not be changing, I think. Because the offset is supposed to be the parent's rotation. The parent of this bone is not rotating. So there's my suspicion now. Current G rest is updating. Not updating, it should be updated, but it's wrong. Yeah, see, we take the parent global pose, and we take the current L rest. Which is get bone pose. Okay. But that's wrong. Well, okay, I guess I can't say that current global rest is wrong, but its usage is incorrect here. Or is it wrong? Maybe it is wrong. Because it should be the pose of... It should be the global pose of its parent. Hey, Dylan. Make it a game where you walk around and grab random items you find and fight enemies that show up randomly. Okay, so global rest. Is it actually just used incorrectly? Current local rest. Should L rest not be this? Should it be? Because parent... Okay, so parent is still... Right, we're getting the global pose from there. But then local rest, I think, is not supposed to be bone pose. I think it's supposed to be current L rest. Because it's not the rest pose. We take rest pose and we swing it from 2. I think this is wrong. Yeah, because I even use it here. L rest is supposed to be swinging to rest. Is that me? Did I do that? L rest. So I'm going to step through. I'm going to look for L rest. Not used there. I already checked that one. L rest not used here. It's defined there. Not used here. Init joint rotations. Parent global pose, global rest. It's wrong. Because these are identical. Right? This is identical. This is wrong. L rest is not supposed to be that. I was like, why is it telling me this? Because it's my repo, it's my fork, that's why. Chain IK3D. Scene 3, is it scene 3D? That's gotta be scene 3D. Scene 3D. Chain IK3D. Compiled or header? Header. Blame. I think it's wrong. I think it's not supposed to be that. Add IK modifier. Yeah, because the question is, what's the difference between L rest and L pose? If they are the same value. So I'm going to look for current L rest equals, I guess. Whoops. Whoops. Get bone pose. Get bone pose. Get bone pose. Get bone pose. What is this? Plantation simulator. It's an age check. Why is there an age check on that game? Why did it not show up in searchers? What the hell? Oh man. One of my friends wants this game. Mostly negative. Similar to Stardew Valley. Okay. The dev removed all the minority representation. There's no diversity in this game anymore. Used to be lore accurate for the past, but newest update just whitewashed everything. Black representation is so rare. Wait, it's mostly negative because yeah, that's... I mean, to be expected, I guess. They changed black people to bikini people. Yeah. Alright, I think I kind of understand what it's supposed to be. So, if use tilt, it's more like it's kind of taking the L pose as wrong. This probably shouldn't be using L rest. I think it's meant to be. I think this one should just be replaced by get bone rotation, get swing, and then it calls cache current vectors, which comes out to here. Chain IK 3D. Let me see what it has here. Get bone pose. Yeah, I think. All right. I think there's just like a fundamental mistake here in what is supposed to be happening. Because init joint, let me see where it updates here. Because yeah, it's more just a problem that LRest is wrongly named. And then because it's wrongly named, it's wrongly used for global rest. LRest and global rest are wrongly named. What they should be is the rest pose. They should be the rest pose because that's what CCD, that's what this IK uses. It uses the global rest as the offset, which should not be changing. However, because it's wrongly, it's actually that, right? I think it's correctly named and correctly used, at least by this IK, but it is correct. It is wrongly set, and then this is wrongly used. This is a bad use. Well, yeah. This is a bad use. This is a bad set. Right name, right ideas. Wrong. So here's my thinking. I'm going to see. I actually think it should be changed. The usages of it should be changed, so that local rest and global rest are actually the rest pose. Well, let me think about this a little bit more, because it's used there, and then update takes the global pose, which is still right, and updates the chain to match that. Okay, so this is what I wanted to see. We set 0 to there, and then we iterate through them, and then we update the tails, which is right. I wanted to see that L pose was not used, or well, like L rest isn't used here for the chain, right? So chain IK. All right. I'm going to make an issue, though it's probably never going to be, I mean, it's going to be a long time. Let me just check. It's actually going to be IK mod, like the entire IK modifier is kind of wrong. Well, let me do this. Chain. I'd be looking for, when was this commit made? Duplicate tab. And I'll go back on this one. 6 months ago is when this was, it says added. Add mutable bone axes. Okay. Chain IK3D, is it, the files actually has underscores, so I'm gonna try underscores. Okay, so that's not it. It'd have to be in the last 6 months would be an issue about it. Is this within 6? No, that's 2024. This is 2026. So it has to be at least 2025. Right. So I'm going to say there's no issue on this. So I'm going to make an issue. Bug report. I'm not going to provide a... This is specifically the code. I'm specifically mentioning the code. Tested versions. I don't know what version it was. It's probably 4.5, right? It says 4.5. 6 months ago. 4.6? Okay, 4.6. System information. Relevant. Issue description, steps to reproduce. I guess I'll say this. This is called CCD IK3D. Yeah. I'll just say that right to the IK modifier 3D solver info. For most use cases, standard is to not allow animations to modify IK bones. For ragdolls, you'd use the physical skeleton modifier and setup restrictions. For more active ragdolls, you would you'd use a 2-skeleton system, which moves the simulated bones to the simulated skeleton bones to the animated skeleton positions. I have a case where simulation is the source of truth, i.e. any animation and IK must operate from the result of the physics simulation, not trying to match, so the physics simulation and then motors and then joint motors try to match the IK. The IK must operate from the result of the physics simulation, and then joint motors try to match the IK. This requires that poses be copied from the simulation onto the skeleton using a custom modifier. CCD IK 3D uses current G rest as the global rest bone pose. Or limiting rotational for imposing its limits on however, iterate IK3D. Iterate IK3D. I'll copy this. writes get bone pose to the current L rest, and then calculates the global rest from L rest. Should already feel suspicious. As the interprets global rest to mean same result as skeleton. Let me find skeleton. Get bone global rest. It is actually just a global pose. I believe but the correctly named and wrongly set and used value of reduce and current L rest. Instead, they should store the actual skeleton global and local rest poses. And most other correct incorrect uses of the L rest and G rest should be updated to use get bone pose. For example, how do I make get get Is it just telling me how to do this? Is there a suggestion block? Is there a suggestion? Huh? Is that? What are these buttons? What are these buttons? I guess code block. I don't know. There's like, how do I do this? Is this even correct? But this is like, I've seen it before. I think I've even done it before. Suggestion. Is it just that? Suggestion? I'm looking at chain IK. I mean to be going to iterate IK. Oh wait, or was this also an example of one that was wrong? No, I think it's just iterate IK3. Reference a new issue. Permalink. So it's just copy permalink, I guess. Preview. But I want multiple lines. So like what I can do is I can do this. Okay. I don't know what this is. If I did this, no. Whoops. Okay, good. Should be L rest is get bone rest. Also, isn't it like get bone rest rotation? Isn't an option? No, yeah, it's just get bone rest and then basis quotes running on. Okay. Get bone rest. This one stays the same. Stays the same. To current global arrest, transform current vector. This should be what should it be? Instead of that, it should just be that line, and then from is forward vector, to is current vector. Current global rest is meant to be the global pose. Current global pose. Okay. I can't remember which way do diffs go in. Do they do subtract first and then minus? Subtract and then minus. Do they do add and then minus, or minus and then add? They do minus and then add. Okay. Instead of that, it should be G. Pose. It should probably just be like pose, right? When this is doing a global pose. Suppose. G pose. Oh, wait. Wrong thing. And then probably this actually goes down here, right? Pose, I get the pose. G pose. Previous is... Actually, I guess this can just be previous, right? I don't know, it probably should just be L pose. Previous, then I take pose, swing. Yeah. Right. Do div C++ or C++ div? Git. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Also, I can choose 1 plus? Maybe I just choose 1 plus. Yeah, okay, good. Oops. Just the idea is instead of this would be get bow and rest. Global rest is global pose times current L rest. Normalize 2 is removed. It would be global pose. You get the pose, global pose. 2 is inverse to current vector. Then we do the swing. Okay, this is my idea. I'm seeing current LRest update. Which is not at all reflective of the name. Of the variable. Not all reflecting the name of the variable. This likely resulted in a misunderstanding of what current grest is supposed to be in solver. Used as the offset caused by the parent. Yeah, uses the offset caused by the parent. Wait, right? Hang on, am I saying this right? Current G, it is current G rest, right? Current G rest. Which is supposed to, it's supposed to be in the, where it is used as the, what is used as the global rest of the bone. Global bone rest, offset by the parent's global pose. So the limitation axis is relative the parent. This is causing joints effectively causing joint axes to become mutable, as if mutable bone axis was always enabled. Either my suggestions should be works into all the IK classes, or CCD IK 3D must directly access skeleton. Right. I mean, it kind of does, but or it does have access to it. Must compute the relative global rest of the bone itself. I think that having current L rest and current L pose effectively always storing the same value is a mistake. As well as using L rest as if it was actually Okay, that's all I got. I'll just say irrelevant. Okay. Okay. Just go for it. There it is. Yeah. In writing that, I did find that I can also just calculate it here. So anywhere that G rest is used here, I should probably just calculate it myself. So yeah, instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to calculate global rest right down here. And this can be my hack solution for now, but it should be good. And G rest will be skeleton get I need the parent. Just have L rest. I believe it is, yeah, get bone. I'll look at my own suggestion, see what I say. Get bone rest. And then it is I need the actual bone that I'm working on. So is that in setting? Iterate IK3D setting. Chain IK setting. Chain IK setting is joints. I have the joint. Solver info list. Solver info. Solver info. Huh? Where's solver info? Solver info is used there. One sec. Yeah. So solver info. Head is the joint, right? Head is like truly the index into that, which means if I go here, joints, 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 is on the setting, so I do setting, joints. Get bone rest. Basis. I believe it's that. And then I can do I should be able to get a parent, right? Which comes up here. So I can just copy that. Parent is get bone parent. Finish greater than 0. P skeleton get bone global pose. Alright, global pose. G rest would be parent. Right. Yep. So that's my idea. I shouldn't. Yeah, silver infill. This is fine. So in here I do global local rest is get bone rest, and I rotate it by the parent pose. And then well, okay. Actually, I think it is wrong. Okay, I can't hack it there. I actually just noticed that I cannot hack it there. So I'm gonna restore this file. Yeah, okay, so I actually can't do it there. I actually do have to go all the way through and update everything. So, 1 second. I turned my heater off and it's still going. This room has like a weird temperature gradient. I put it on low because it thinks it's like 75 degrees in here, and it's very cold in this room. It's not even 75 degrees next to it. It's very cold in the room, everywhere. It's like coldest by the door too. So it's not running to keep it above 70, even though it's definitely lower than that. So I put it to low, I leave it running, and then it gets really warm in here, and I turn it off of low, so it just goes back to maintaining 70, and then it thinks it's really cold, even though the entire room and right next to it is very warm. I don't know. There's a problem. Okay, so I actually do have to go in here and really totally change it, which sucks because the cache poses is run after every iteration, which means it's not actually applying the bone pose. Or is it applying the bone pose? No, wait, I can actually bring it back. Hang on. Yes. I think I actually can bring it back. Because either way, this one is using... Yeah, this one is so this one caches their current rotations, and then it solves iterations using those original rotations, and then it calls cache joint rotations again. But those are, it's actually still just reading the same pose every time, which is actually really lame because these values aren't changing call to call. So a lot of this work is actually just doing nothing. Yeah, okay, that's actually really interesting to see, to realize. To solve iterations, all it actually does is it changes its internal cache value, its internal work. But it continuously rereads the bone pose, even though the bone pose hasn't changed yet. So actually I'm fine to keep it like this, because that's what I thought. I thought it was actually changing the bone pose and then working from there. It's not. So this is fine. We read the bone rest, then we get the bone parent and get its pose, and then we rotate that. We rotate the rest by the bone pose, and then we use that as the basis point. Okay. Let's try it. I'm gonna lose it. Okay. Okay, well, in my test, global rest was updating, but global rest can update. It's more that local rest should not be updating. Local rest should be the same thing every time. Hopefully it just works now. Because now CCDIK is actually using the correct... It's actually using what it thought it was using. And then I want to see everything work perfectly. It's probably not. I probably have some issues on my side still. At the very least, I should never see any IK inversion. I should never see the legs inverting anymore. And then I also have the thing where the legs do end up in a position that's like supposed to be outside of their limitations, they would break. Or I guess at least when I'm reading it, if I see that they're outside of their limitations, I do some callback, and that callback might be allowed to break them or like say that it should break them or something. And then I manually correct for that on my side. But I guess I don't really have to, because the IK is always going to be trying to like snap back very strongly to any limitations. And on top of that, I have my own rest pose correction that's constantly happening too. Oh, my rest pose correction is wrong now, because I thought it was the rest pose. Ah. Cancel that. I have to fix this now too, because this is wrong. Rest correction. Angle to current L rest. This is not right. This is supposed to be... Quaternion on rest should be... Oh my gosh, I'm struggling. Bone. Angle to rest. Lerp to rest. Okay. 2 fixes. Plus 3 more minutes of compiling. Leaking, actually. The compiling is really fast. Good. Yeah, the only reason it was working before is because every single time it would come in and read, the current poses were always the rest poses. That's why I was working before when I was testing it. That change. But now that I've discovered that that local rest is actually never the rest pose, it's just the actual pose. Like, okay, I think I can say that because of how much code there is here, I don't think I can blame this person for making that mistake, because they wrote like literally all of it, in fact. Alone. And they made... Actually, wait, did it come from here? Like, did they really do all of it in one go? That's crazy. They even added all the icons. And the gizmos. Am I sure? I'm thinking this is probably... Let me go see. This is just too much. I think what they've done is they took like several commits and combined them together and they committed as themselves. Because that is just the process for how they do this. But I just want to go to the releases and see... Wait, what? It's not on Steam yet. Okay. Release notes. Oh, it was literally all of them. They did all of it. Well, like I said, I guess he really blamed them. Because if yeah, they did actually do all of it. And it looks like they just kind of misunderstood their own thing. Is my thinking. I don't know, maybe like English isn't the first thing and they were calling it rest, but they meant like current pose the whole time, and then current pose was meant to be the result pose, but then current vector is the working... Yeah. Definitely confusing, but that's my thinking. When you're writing like 3 or 4 solvers or something like that, then I guess you probably just forgot on one of them that grest was not actually a global thing. It was not actually a rest pose. It was a relative. It was just the pose. It was literally just the pose. Okay. So now what I expect to see is that, well, actually I don't really need to see this anymore at all. It should just be, should be working now. Yep, not dropping. Holy crap. What in the hell? What? And then it explodes, of course. And then it just explodes. Alright, let's go into slow motion and see. Let me actually just do... Okay, so I just got one tick of wanting to move. Okay. The poses are going insane very quickly. Alright. Which the only code that I should have changed... Yes, that's all I've added there. This is a possible problem point. Is the get bone rest. Get bone rest. I mean, I'm gonna assume this was probably the mistake. I can't imagine that this was the mistake, unless I have wrong math somewhere. Get bone pose, get bone rest, joints. L pose. Current L pose. Yeah, so it's just that. I don't know what the mistake is here then. This one could be wrong. Technically, I needed to do the limit. And then I'm going to undo this one as well. Okay. And if it is the case that it's supposed to be G rest, then should it not be G pose? Because this is the same thing. Alright, well, by the way, I'm just going to run this and see if this stops that from happening. Because this really should have just been like making sure the limits stay in place. But it seems like when the target is moving, it completely breaks at that point. It breaks really, really fast. It was doing like the max rotation, 10 degrees at a time to something. Yeah, in fact, now I think this is definitely what it was. Changing that line was wrong because I know that one is using the value that it was supposed to be using. It's using the value, but it's got the wrong name. Yeah, I think that should actually just be called G-pose, probably. And should I tag them here? Should I tag them here? I think I probably should tag them here. I'm tagging... What was her name? Tokage IT Lab. just go to the line. Okay. View file. And before I comment that, I'm gonna test it to see if that worked. Well, because I know that's what it's doing. I know it's like actually it's actually projecting based on its rotation. But also, I actually kind of hope that it's wrong. Okay, it's still wrong. Cool. So it's still freaked out. Right. Okay, so I'm still wrong. Just kind of crazy. It's just the result is really extreme, and I'm not sure. Like, have I done something to cause this? What? Oops. So what I do here is I've changed it to that. This is the only logical change I made, and it is exploding. So what's my mistake then? Because I'm really sure that this is what it's supposed to be. Is it just that solver info current G rest is set to current G rest is set to joints, head, bone, rotation, the pose, offset by the global pose. Let me double check what get limited rotation is doing. Get limited, I believe this is the offset, right? So it takes the second value is what you're fixing. Second value is what's being fixed. And the forward vector is sort of the rest, I guess, and then G rest is the offset. It takes forward vector, inversely rotates it by G rest. Ooh. Gosh, this is where it's all so confusing. Chain, joint settings, get limited rotation. Offset, forward. So forward is, the last one is what's being corrected, local vector. I take the second value and inversely transform it by offset. Really? Damn, now I'm really confused. It worked stationary, but then it's still rotating down, but it's not fixing itself. So that's not where the problem is? I mean, I still think my issue still stands that these names are wrong. And that there's definitely still I think a misuse of it somewhere, but maybe not a misuse, but now I'm not sure where it's happening. Forward vector. Did I check that forward was rotating? I deleted the code. Bring it back. Can't bring it back. The dictionary is I'm trying to catch it when it starts to move. The thing is, the joints aren't driving right now, which is weird. Why aren't the joints driving? It's kind of just falling over. Did one of these become insane? Right there it goes. That IK is doing. Ooh. How did it rotate like that? That IK is rotating totally crazy. But those forwards don't make sense. What? I just realized these forwards do not make sense. These forwards just say Y1. That's not right. Yeah, what? Update chain coordinate forward. Cache current vector. Current vector. Oh. That's not what forward is. Forward is just always Y. What? Forward is just always Y. Which is basically saying from the perspective of the bone, which way is forward, and bones are always Y forward. Point limitation 3D. The last one is the rotation offset. Alright, this is like really strange. Forward, the vector, the offset. Get limitation from forward axis in local rest space. Limitation, local vector, which will just return Y1. Or no, forward. Solve forward. Where is it? Here it is. Close these two. Make space using local forward vector. Direction is the current local vector. It's just that they literally like flipped back and forth, and there's some editing here. Oh man. Okay, let me just look at what solve is supposed to take in. All right. So you give the local current vector that is the one to be fixed. Then you give it a rotation offset. make space, rotation offset will just take your offset and transform it by your space, which we're actually passing in local right and a local forward. Limitation right axis vector. Which I think limitation right axis vector is this. I think that's what this is. Let me just check that. Limitation right axis vector is just that. Limitation right axis vector is just the x. Then rotation axis vector is also the x. Limitation rotation offset, which is this. Okay. So this takes a forward and a right, and then it just creates the up axis, and then creates that space, and then takes your offset and rotates it by that. So now your offset is relative to the bone, which it's actually not relative to the bone, because you just pass in y and x axes. So that actually ends up being nothing. So local forward and local right are just x and y and x in this case. Rotation offset is then should be should be the rotation offset, right? And then local vector is what's being corrected. Local vector should basically be some offset from that bone forward, right? So local vector should be forward, but it's not forward, right? It's not the forward. So basically what we're doing is we're just taking in the pose. Hey, buddy. Okay. It is time for me to get lunch. So I'll get lunch. I'll come back. I'm back. I've got food. And I'm getting suspicious. So I guess I need to check something here. I think I hope I have a mistake. For everyone's sake. Okay. Forward vector, snap vector to plane, axis normalized. Axis is get bone pose. How is that possible? Get rotation axis vector. So should the forward be that? Snap vector to plane. I'm going to play the game of where is this function defined? Not even defined. Where's it declared? Skeleton modifier. Okay. Slide the normal. Plane and normal. Okay, so it's just like rotating it onto the plane. Okay. So get rotation axis would come out to say Z snap to get bone axis. Which is the rest. You take the rest, you take the origin, and then you inversely. All right, well, anyway, I'll read that in a second. Either way, so many of my assumptions keep getting proven wrong, and I'm struggling. This is like the third or fourth day that I'm trying to understand this, and it's every time I think it's starting to click, I realize, no, that part was wrong. I'm gonna say this was the nail in the coffin. The fact that local forward vector is somehow always the y vector, and local right is whatever the custom one is, but this one's always just the y-axis. Which means this largely does nothing. And because you're basically just taking this direction, this local current vector, and you're solving for that value directly, because this doesn't do anything. So you're directly solving for local current vector. Local current vector is this is the thing. Local current vector is the last parameter. Last parameter is a local vector. Local vector is just taking this and rotating it out of its offset. So you end up getting here is you end up just getting y. Again. You get my rotation that I applied, rotate out its current pose, so we just end up with a y vector. And we're limiting a y vector to a space that doesn't move. We're limiting a thing that doesn't move to a thing that doesn't move. But also it's not. And I don't understand how applying this here is breaking it. Is it supposed to be that I take this and I take this one and I rotate out the other one? Maybe that's what I try. I mean, if I could still hack it in here, then I will gladly hack it in here. But I'm starting to think that at this point I'm actually just gonna write my own IK. I'll see. Yeah. I'm gonna read this while I eat. Right. I think it's supposed to be that. Okay. be right back. I'm back. Okay, so I've read this, thought of my response. I'm gonna start writing. Is that what these are? Generic 6DOF joint 3. Is it modifier? Updated modifier process. What is it called? Modification processed. Hmm. Why does that break? I think I actually get it. Hang on, I think I actually get it. Because this takes in the current pose, it uses that as the reference point. But then it takes the second bit, the get limited rotation, and it takes this and inversely transforms it by the first value. Which means I take the first value and I transform it by that, so when they inverse transform it, it's the same value. And then now my target, my initial pose, or my reference rotation is always the rest pose. And the thing I'm fixing is the exact output pose. That's my theory. You can no longer Google the word disregard. It commands Gemini to apologize. It says, understood, let me know what you'd like me to do instead. I think it's actually on. It's okay. Yeah, I'll keep the formatting the same. He's locked into that window? Yeah, he is. This guy's like, I think they're doing painting or something. I don't know. They've actually got hoses. Yeah, it's probably like painting or something. The house across the street. I think this is actually going to work. I think this is actually going to work now. I think I've done it. I'm actually so confident, and if it's not, then my idea was still right. I just somehow wrote it wrong. But I think this is it. I think it's what I'm meant to do. How? How is that what's happening right now? I seriously don't get it. Okay, no, I think I do get it. I think I do get it. This is supposed to be inversely transformed. So when I run, okay, no, I still wrote just wrote it wrong. So when I inversely transform it from the global rest, I'm still getting it as, undo it from there, so it's still right. So the incoming thing is still what it wants to be, but we're limiting it on that global rest axis. I'm sure my idea is right, but also I want to keep this going. Then once I figure this out, then I want to share that information. Because now I think I've got it. Now I think I've got it. It still needs to be inverted. It still needs to be corrected for the current pose, but it needs to be relative to the rest pose. Or it needs to be solved for the rest pose. What in the actual fuck is going on? The thing is, it's less crazy, right? Somehow it's less, but why? But why? Okay, I need to see what happens immediately. Let's pause in the first frame. Clean. Okay, so it's decided to push out for some reason. The funny thing is they seem to be keeping their... Never mind, they just broke the limitations. Okay. I was going to say, it seems like they're actually keeping the limitations. Yeah, because that's way beyond the limitation. Damn, what is going on? Why is it just wrong? Oh, is it that final... Is it this? I need to now inversely transform it? I think my idea is right, yeah? This first value is the reference point where it should be limited to. But then because they do some shenanigans with, because they do some shenanigans with this, by inversely transforming it by the input and then doing that. And I might just have to take out the interior bit. Because part of this is that it takes this local vector and it inversely transforms it to that. So it needs to be relative to its true pose. That does interpret 0. Okay, can it be right now? I mean, I might still have it wrong, but I'm getting closer and closer. That's already a crazy pose. Okay. It's crazy, but it's literally slowly getting better. It looks like they're respecting the limitations now. It might just be that I'm not supposed to do this. This bit in the middle. But I'm just supposed to transform it and then untransform it. So that when it does the inverse and then re-corrects it, it comes back right. It is now at least respecting the rotations. It's just that it's flying off to something else. But yeah, I was definitely respecting the rotations that time. Because I've seen that pose before. I know that the crawler's capable of making that pose. It was just, it shot into that, which means like I have some buildup, which I think is probably that middle bit. They're cleaning windows. That's what they're doing. Daniel, are you still there? I know you said $9 for Starbucks, but I was just so focused I didn't even read it. What does that mean? Why'd you say that? If this hack works, then I'm super happy. I'm super happy. I say hack. It's not really. I mean, it is. It is. It actually is definitely a hack. But if I still can't figure it out after this, then yeah, I'll just be doing IK manually. In fact, if I get to it, I'm going to say, I don't know, I guess I can't say it because I'm actually really confident right now that I might be able to get it to work. So if I'm confident that I won't, then making a prediction is gonna be bad. Okay. Meaningless and probably inaccurate. I will turn this print off though. Just gonna comment all that out. Comment it out. So I really don't think I'm gonna need it. Okay, so it's okay, so it's actually worse now. It did become worse. So what is the trick here? What is the trick here? It was closer when I had transformed this one by the other thing. Let me double check that I'm still like at simple changes. Yeah, I'm gonna go and commit this one. Hit that whole file can go. Not that one. Yes, that one. It's also possibly now this, actually. It is possible that this is now wrong. Okay, let me bring that back to the... Let me bring the comment back then. Because I know the comment is what it should be. I just wasn't sure if I had... If that was causing the issue, but it obviously wasn't causing the issue. Okay, so I take that... I take my input, I inversely... I transform it by that, so when they inverse it, it just comes back to the same value. Though... I mean, I guess technically that's actually right, though, wasn't it? It should just be... It shouldn't have this extra bit on it. But I know that this was wrong without doing anything extra. I knew it was wrong. Offset... Oh, what if offset is meant to just be nothing? What if it's actually not meant... What if it's actually meant to be nothing? Oh. I think that's actually it. I think it's actually just meant to be nothing. The offset is just nothing. There is no offset. Don't offset it. Limit it as it is. Though it would limit it by offsetting it as its global rest. So we take the current rotation, which is at rest, we offset it by rest, and then we limit it like that. Why is it wrong, then? Oh. I think it's because I'm just taking... Okay, what I think the chain is the chain is like points, right? I'm setting tail to be head. Yeah, I'm setting tail to be head plus head. Limit rotation using the head. And then I do tail minus head. It's this. This is what it's supposed to do. I still have to do that to fix it, but then the offset is actually nothing. I don't want an offset. Is that it? And then I'm positive that rest is correct. I offset it myself, but the issue is that the offset is then used as wait. No, that is right. It is supposed to just be grest here at the front. So how am I wrong here? No, there's something's up with this. It would take, it's still taking that. Okay. But what I've done here now is I've done nothing different. I've done nothing different. Basically, as I'm taking this vector, I get it relative to the rest pose. So now it's in pose space, rest space. And then I limit that. So why doesn't it work? Because it should be this. It should be this. This should be it. But it's also not right. Because it freaks out and goes insane. You know, I happen to know that this should always happen. I happen to know. I ask for bone rest. There's get bone rest and get bone global rest. Okay. And I want to do get bone global pose on the planet. My wonder is if information is missing here. If I'm missing information. Like I'm not actually getting the parent bone or something. So I'm gonna write it like this and I'm gonna run that. And see if I get an exception telling me like -1 when I run it. Because now I'm sure that it should just be this. I'm taking his current rotation. I'm sliding it to be relative to what is destination? Vector 3 destination. P destination, destination. So I take the target, get global transform interpolated, and I inversely transform it. I make it relative to cached space, which should be, I think it's just the skeleton space, right? So now this position is relative to global poses, which are relative to the skeleton. So this position is relative to global poses, which means if we're just moving things to here and we're not doing any yeah, in fact, let me check here. If our head to destination is just on the spot, which means we're already there, then we're done, is what it means. This stops when this is where it should be. Which means chain head is a global pose. So that means this is a global pose, and I rotate it out of the global rest. So now it's going to be relative to the global rest. Which is what it should be. But my suspicion here is that this is not giving me what I think it's giving me. That's what I hope. I hope this is a case where the setting technically doesn't have that data or something. And so it's not there. Dang. I don't know, what if it's this? What if this has always been the problem? Oh, man. Yeah, this really sucks. Let me see if there's a mention on this release. Nope. All right, let me see if it's related to IK. Active is off, which means I have to set it here or something. Let me try this. Disabled. Errors still appear. Drag it up there. And I'll call find children on a null. Huh? Yeah. So 100% it's on the IK. The IK is running get bone rest pose and failing. Even when I even when I disable it and everything. Okay, wait, what? The errors are gone. I dragged it out and dragged it back, and now the errors are gone. What? 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 Has it been because I call get skeleton on it? Because none of this is bone. None of this is bone. Why did it also move stuff around? Why has things moved around? Was it the marker 3Ds in here? Oh no, because this one replaced it. Okay, that's why things are acting like they moved. Okay, so I'm going to... what was that? So no. Yes. 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 And then split. Don't change any of these. Everything moves. And then I'm going to split. I'm adding what I want to keep. I think I can add the rest, but I'm not sure. So I'm just going to manually add them carefully. So yeah, it's like basically deleting my work here that I want to roll back. Okay. Has it just been me asking for the skeleton of that one this whole time? It's back. I think if I set the influence to 0, it probably never calls it. No, it still calls it. Okay, so super weird what's happening right now. But I do know for a fact that it's on. CCDIK doesn't do anything. Somewhere is calling get bone rest with a negative value. And someone has been calling that for a while. So this is a possible location. There's only 2 calls here. Mutable bone axis is false. As soon as it does joint +1. So I can check if it's this one just by turning on mutable bone axes. And see if it says instead it's the bone pose. Okay, so it's still get bone rest, so it shouldn't be that one. Validate axes. Joint +1. Worn print. Where is this? Fail index, error fail index. So someone is just passing -1, right? So it's possible here that this is wrong. So I'll just do some... Yeah, I'll just do this. Wherever I'm suspicious of it, I'm going to write this out and then do... I can probably do warn print. Whoa. Actually, I guess I can actually write warn print ed editor. So you can just do that. So find everywhere that this is running. I know it's not running there. Okay. So now I can go up to... So we're at ccd ik, iterate ik, and then chain ik is next. So this is the only call. Is it warn print editor? Yeah. Okay. Then I guess IK modifier is the next possible place. So we're using endbone. Okay. That's all the places that it could be. And yeah, I'm just like, it must be true there. That must be true. Because we're rotating it out of that global rest. And that is a global pose. So I don't understand how that could be wrong. I mean, it just can't be wrong. You just edited it. What? Extraneous. Okay. Another attempt. Like, looking at it, I mean, knowing what the code is... Knowing, that's my buddy, what the code is. Validate access using bone -1. And that's immediately followed by an error. Okay, good. And then no one else does anything weird. Validate access occasionally uses -1. Okay. And I think it's just duplicated because this loads in twice. So if I just close all the scenes and then run. Yeah, so validate access. It even says it's from validate access. Okay, so how is validate access coming in? What file is that even on? Iterate IK3D. So yeah, iterate settings joints bone is sometimes -1. So that's reading from joint, so from iterate settings, joint settings. Iterate settings, joints. Okay. It's from set joint rotation axis and set joint rotation axis vector. Okay, well, I guess now at least I know exactly where it is, so... Chennai K3D, line 500. Let's get bone access, IK modifier 3D, line 180. So yeah, the bug is here. Somehow iterate settings, joints, bone is not set yet. Is what seems to be happening. Where was it exactly? So I'll just print out the joint. Try to work out whatever the real issue might be here. So it's coming in with get joint rotation axis vector. Get joint rotation axis vector. What is that? Rotation axis. So it opens up joint settings. Joint settings. That. Here it's doing joints, iterate settings. Just here. Joints from chain IK. Yes. Why are you staring at? This dog is just staring at me very intently. Joints is a bone joint, which I suppose comes from IK modifier 3D. Which is, yeah, a name and a bone ID. So then I guess I think joints, the bone IDs aren't set yet. That's the only explanation. Because it looks like it keeps trying to get them until it works. Because it looks like it calls every bone until it works. Or actually, if it fails, then it does the whole thing again. Somehow. Somehow it just knows. I don't know. I don't know how, but it just knows. So I also have the name, which I'm assuming if the bone ID is -1, then the name also is not set yet. But I guess at least this way I can see which setting it's trying to load from and which joint it's loading from. It should just pop up right away. Setting 5. I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be all of them. I'm guessing every single one of these is going to be bad. Okay, so setting 0 loaded. Setting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 failed. And then 0 and 1 is loaded. And then setting 2, 3, 4, and 5 failed. And then 2 is loaded. And then 3, 4, and 5 failed. I'm seeing a pattern. 3 is loaded. 4, 5 failed. 5 fails. And then they all come in. And then it loads them all several times over. Many, many times. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm explaining it poorly. Okay, anyway, 0 loads, and then it tries to run all of them. So there's a loop here. There's a loop. So it looks like validate access is happening in a loop. If I could spell it. But it's... Is this a resource loading thing? Set joint rotation axis, set joint rotation axis vector. It looks like a resource loading problem. Validate, I just want to verify, validate access. It's on iterate IK3D. So yeah, it could only be called by iterate IK3D. Yeah, I think what's happening is that it's coming in here and it's calling a set. So setting 0 is loaded, and then we validate the axes on the joints. But then for some reason we carry on and we try to validate every other setting, even though the joints aren't loaded yet. So this might just like really be a bug. I think it's coming from here. I just wonder if maybe what I mean to say is like if skeleton exists, because what happens is this is actually called many times over, and I'm sure it's coming from there. So we go from 0 1 2 3 4 0 1 2 3 4 0 1 2 3 4 0. Let me count. We try to load it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 18 times it tries to load this. 18 times. Like, I don't understand how. So I'm thinking what I could do is just kind of put a check in front of validate access, or maybe just within validate access, wherever it is. That could like read the skeleton and determine if it's there. Or maybe I just do the check here and then I return. So I save the bone that it needs to be running, and then I check if it's negative and it's not loaded, ignore it, just return right there. Okay. So it should go away. Now why does that not work? My only assumption for why it doesn't work here is because the poses are wrong somehow. Maybe the parent bone is coming in wrong. I don't know. Maybe what I'll do is I'll like print it or something. I mean, that's all I can think of right now. Is just to print it. So I'll print. I don't even know. I'll just do warm print instead of one print editor. This shouldn't run, and I'm just gonna run it as like one tick at a time, so I won't spam the console really hard. It's gonna spam pretty hard. Maybe I just check when ancestor is 0. Yeah, I think I'll just do this. I'll actually do ancestor +1. So I'll print only when I do it there. Then iterate IK3D setting. Iterate IK3D setting. It does, I guess I have chain IK3D setting. I guess I could do endbone.name. Right? I think... Oh no. Please have 2-string. Operator string. So I guess I just do string. And I'll print the end bone. Maybe that works. It might complain. I hope it doesn't. It looks like it's actually happy with that. Somehow. So when we're at the last iteration, but on the second bone, then I print out what the parent poses. Global pose. Which I generally expect to be always the same. Well, it'll like move forward and backwards a little bit, but like the axis should always be pointing straight up, right? Well, actually, I think I actually can't remember. Did I have it? No, I think I have that bone totally lateral. Yeah, because I don't get why passing in the... Well, I think I know why, because the pose isn't right. Somehow this is not correct. It's like either changing constantly or... Oh, it's just wrong. I gotta take the dog out. Hang on. Test it really fast and see if I need to go back into think mode. Hey, no errors. Oh, it happened. Okay, there it is. Why? Yeah, all right. So I think I'm... Oh, whoa! Oh yeah, these, I forgot about this. These should all be like the same every time. The parent of that track is... Okay. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, I think, like, it's probably working. And string names have to be compared with probably like equals one of my settings that I'm using. Also, it's set to disabled. I don't really know how that's. I'll do front right tarsus leaf. Is it? That's my guess. This should happen 10 times per frame. Up to 10 times per frame. It will stop if it solves it, but up to 10 times per frame. Huh. Well, I guess I just don't know how quaternions are supposed to look. Well, I think what I'm seeing is that it is kind of working. But it does still break. It still breaks at some point. So why is that? Because even though I set this up, I still see occasionally the IK outputs something ridiculous. Like in a couple frames, it rotates all the way backwards or inside of itself or something like that. Because we're limiting based on the head, which means that's the bone that I'm applying it to. No member named equals in string name. Then how do I compare it to something? Operator equals equals. Just define the function, like, why not? Whatever. Maybe I'm actually right. This has to be G-rest as well. I think I'm actually right. Here, one. G-rest. That one actually has to be G-rest as well. Because to limit it to that axis, like I said, the global rest is always its base rest rotation. Do I actually have to go through this and fix everything? Is it actually like an everything problem? Okay, but grest is actually not used anywhere. It is only used. Well, here's one usage of it. Here is one usage of it. That may be also problematic. Because I know that this would actually just be the plain global rest. But because it's coming into something else, now it's different. I'll see. Yeah, because I guess the thing is, like, the code, it definitely absolutely works perfectly when G rest is literally the global rest position. It works when that's the case. That's definitely true. When it's not the case, it breaks. I think it's when like rotations get a little too far, it just totally loses its mind and twists inside of itself. But I want to see it happen. And I know it roughly should happen somewhere around here. Somewhere around here it should happen. I think it happens about here when a rotation of a bone gets a little too far. No. Oh. It happened. Yeah, okay. Okay, but this is definitely right. This is that's like exactly what it has been the whole time. Okay. Convinced of that. But I'm even more convinced that global rest actually does. At least this usage here is intended to be the global rest pose. That's the intention of this. But I think it's also possible it's probably not meant to be that. Because this from is forward vector, and I think forward vector is always... just a straight line. I think it is always just a straight line. Like I said, I know that it works when current grest is the actual global pose, global rest. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fix like the only usage of this that I know is probably wrong. Because yeah, I think it's around here. It's these kinds of things that it breaks on. And then L rest is supposed to be... But then I have to fix L rest as well. Those are the only usages. L rest is... I have it written there, but that's not actually used there. Not used here. Not used here. Not used. Not used. Not used, but it's set. Okay. I'm actually, okay, now I'm actually like truly, seriously, really convinced. So I'm going to delete all this and I'm going to do what I think is supposed to be, is what the intention was. Okay, so I don't have anything changed there yet. That fix is kind of going to be unfixed. Okay. That one's fixed. From to previous. Seeing Godot never gets old. I've been back and forth with this guy for a bit too, because I think this is a real bug. They see something. Currently, limitations are applied depending on the pose direction. This is because in some cases IK axes are performed based on the state after posing. Case where IK root is pointed towards the secondary. I mean, I understand the idea, but like I said, I'm sure that this is just wrong. I understand why Linus hates NVIDIA. NVIDIA does weird changes to their drivers that just breaks the kernel. That happened in the past 2 weeks and I pulled my hair out. Wow. Denuvo has more bad news. We now have both hypervisors. Day1 bypasses and Denuvo completely removes. Removed? Like... That one's hard. I can't understand that one. What? I can't get that one. I don't get that one. Where the IK root is pointed towards a secondary target using an aim modifier before IK. Secondary target to use like a pull vector. One needs to use only the rest, wants to use rest only for limitations, but as mentioned above, since there is a reason why the current behavior is necessary, maybe an enhancement. I mean, I think it's just like, it just doesn't, I'm kind of just convinced it just doesn't work. Because these should all be written. I don't know, because forward vector, I think, is meant to be, it's always just pointing up on the Y. Current global rest, inverse transform the current vector. So we get the current vector relative to what the pose is. So the space is to take the current pose, taking the current rest, swing. I don't even know what get swing is. I don't know. Quaternion math well enough. Might end up closing shop at this point. They bypassed hypervisor and removed Denuvo. His tool is done. day one de novo, correct? L rest get bone rest. Global rest is this times the current L rest. Then this worked when it was... Who are you fighting on GitHub? I don't know anymore. I mean, like, I'm so confused. This whole thing is still confusing to me. I don't understand this. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the example is going to, like, really make it obvious to me. Is it tweak bone constraint? Specifically links to this. Feels personal now. Yeah, I mean, it's always been personal. It should be personal. IK access limitation performed based on the state after posing. See, that's where I think mutable... Okay, here's what I'm going to say about this. Can I quote reply? Okay. Jeez. The main brain behind the hypervisor team retired. Dumb shuttle fires between them and the person. That's, yeah. Well, part of it is that there's probably a legal... It's probably not legal to do that, I think. I don't even know. So there is an actual risk. A real, like, financial and social risk to doing that. Which, when you're under 18, anything goes. But as soon as you're 18, you should probably stop before you actually get into trouble. What was I saying? I know that this always works when the incoming pose is the rest pose. It works that way. So that's what I want it to be. So then this is meant to be... Well, this one's actually correct now because that's what it should have been. So this was still correct. This, I think, is... Maybe this is also still correct? I think this... Okay, so yeah, this is actually still correct. And then this would actually be... Is that really all I had to do? That's a big link. Linux drivers for NVIDIA are going to get worse and worse. I will say I don't like that their driver support has stopped backwards compatibility for 1080s. For the 1000 series, they're no longer backwards compatible, which is, I think, stupid because that's the last non-AI graphics card. Right? The 1000 series is the last non-AI graphics card, and everything else after that includes AI. No longer reports gaming GPU sales as a separate segment. Q1 27. Why do we do this? Why do we say that the first month of 2026 is actually the financial year 2027? Why do we do that? I feel like that's just stupid. Last generation without tensor, yeah. You're an NVIDIA investor? It's your fault. I'm not anymore. I was. I no longer am. Let me verify this information. How do I see my stuff? I'm so confused. Actually, I pulled out completely. I pulled everything out. I have no investments right now. Talking about the fiscal year? Yeah, so Q1 profits 2026 are categorized as Q1 profits of 2027. Which is, I think, just stupid. Not that I would have almost installed Windows. I am glad so far that anytime something seems to break, I open the Arch Wiki and they're like, oh, by the way, you got to do something to make your update not broken. Like, oh, okay. Probably what I should do is I should look at the wiki before I update to know if I need to do something. because I always just run the updates and then restart, and then the GPU drivers just don't work. So I just have a black screen. I have to figure it out from there. Okay, current L rest, get bone rest. Current global rest, I know that one's good. And then current L rest, actually, I mean, I think that's just all what it was supposed to be from the beginning. Because I know this doesn't, I know that the IK still works, you know, going forward, but it doesn't. I guess now my only wonder is that the angular delta limit is going to, oh no, it only applies it to changes here. It doesn't apply to here. Because from is always forward vector, which means it's always actually just nothing. And then that leads to the real thing. Yeah, that might just live yet. Solutions from the art forms from 2024. Yeah. They counted the start of the fiscal year by when exactly a company... I think what they counted is by when they pay taxes. So, income for this quarter is paid in 2027. Or the taxes on this quarter are paid in 2027. I think that's why they say fiscal year 2027. With the NVIDIA Drive 550, things started going to shit. I was using this laptop, just found no crashes. It's just crashing way too often. Well, I'm glad I don't have anything beyond that. Because I have to use, like, the old drivers. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise then. They cut backwards compatibility so that I don't start downloading bugs. I could be wrong on that, but it would be really confusing if they labeled it that way. Like, this is our 5th year in business. This is fiscal year 5, and it's like the 2030s. Linux gave up on an 80 CPU that will give up on your hardware 100 years from now. OpenDrive are finicky, even hides them in the wiki. Yeah. I haven't noticed anything weird. But I guess I haven't really been doing anything. I've not been playing like super modern games, I guess. Though I suppose Overwatch still kind of counts because they keep updating that game. I will say, as far as like dropping support for stuff, for a long time, I've been thinking that supporting 32-bit is kind of a waste of time because everyone's computer supports 64-bit now. And I think if you're making a video game, you should not have to worry about 32-bit because anyone who wants to play your game will have a computer to play games, which means it will be 64-bit. So you're getting problems with your monitor on Wayland? I guess you're not asking me. Alright. Just, I don't know, break. Trying to join inside out. I feel like I'm seeing like teleporting sometimes. I'm not sure what that is. But maybe I'm not seeing teleporting. Oh, but it's like... It's working now. I mean, it cannot stand. It's like, it's super drunk. But the joints aren't inverting anymore. Yeah, I mean, I was right. I'm actually just going to mention that the only thing that I changed was that. Okay. Before I say that, let me make sure of this. I need to be super sure because there's always a chance that I change something. Nope, I'm updating that. And I'll set this. I'll just see if I turn this one on. You're gonna fall apart? Yeah. Well, okay, that one still doesn't work yet. All right. Oh, jeez. Nah, I'll just say this. Now the question is, I can finally think about, why does it stumble and fall over? Why does that happen? And I think I need to make the joints... I don't know if they need to be stronger or what. I think I may just need to go to motor accelerations, because right now it treats it as, oh, we're off by 1/10 of a degree. Let's apply a small amount of force. That's not what I want to do. I want to say we're off by 1/10 of a degree. Let's accelerate up to 1 meter per second, or whatever is going to get us to that point on the next 100th of a second, right? That kind of thing. What the hell? I don't know if that was a bird or a very large bee. Just flew past the window. It was really fast. It's like a super large insect, I think. I don't know, maybe it was a bird. I was about to hit my window and then realized it was about to hit a window and turn around. Yeah, I think I can't use it. How do I remove a commit? How do I remove a commit? I guess I can roll back and then cherry pick and then force push. Yeah, that's what I'll do. This is add solver info equal to okay, I'm gonna commit these as two different things. Actually, let's do the header. No, let's do this one first. Fix. It seems like due to the existence of there's a feedback loop that updates that calls. I think this is what's going on. During the load phase of the resource. Which causes attempts to validate joints that aren't loaded yet. I think. I think that's what's going on there. And then here's this fix. So get fix iterate IK 3D. Current poses as rest pose. Operates on the assumption that current GRest and current LRest are the bone's local rest pose, translated by the parent bone global pose. All right. Git log. Okay, so I think I roll back to this commit, and then I cherry pick I feel like I've done this before, where I like pull in a sequence of commits and then I go in there and I delete the ones that I don't want to pull. Right? I'll just look it up. Git remove specific commits from history. Interactive rebase. Git rebase I, and then head, and then that number. Okay. So I want to go back to... I scrolled up so it's all like weird. Did I push? I did. I thought that was a normal thing to do on a Friday. You cherry pick what you want and discard the rest. Huh? I don't really get that. I don't know what you're trying to say. Feel free to explain. Okay, so I want to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I should see add quaternion rotation targets, and I'm going to remove all of these. Add quaternion rotation targets is the first one I should see. Good. Okay. So then I just delete these lines. Oh. What? Well, I mean, I guess probably, right? Generic. So the first time where you looked at the Godot engine and wanted a specific commit or code. Oh, yeah. Right, yeah. You're right, I get it now. So just the whole joint. Oh, and since this is just done, I can close it all. I don't need that open. No. Generic joint. The whole thing. Oh. Oh, I guess I get it, because I technically added these lines there. Yeah. Right, I understand. It should just be that. Yeah, because I put them right next to it, so that would make sense why I got confused. Yeah. And then I think I had it organized. Okay, no, it's still doesn't like it. And these should just go away. Okay. And I'm sure I did it right. I didn't have anything crazy either. With the fixes that I had, I can basically reapply from memory if I really messed it up. Alright, refresh. Great. Whoa. Whoops. Wait, what was that? It inverted my profile picture. That's crazy. Okay. That's there so I could look at PDFs without blinding myself. That's what that is. It's not, I'm not meant to click that on normal web pages. Okay, and the reason I did that is because when I asked this person to fix their thing, and they did. Try Zathura? Isn't that a movie? No, that's with an E. Oh no, that is with an A. Why did I think it was with an E? It's a terminal PDF reader. I'm thinking of this. It's a good movie. If I can even... I'm not going to search for it, because I feel like... it's just going to be like, hey, here's a theater nearby. Did have dark mode when I tried it. A terminal PDF reader. Yeah. Well, I honestly, I prefer the browser. Every time I try other applications, like, at best, they are good for like a few months and they do some updates, and then they becomes always online and I have to subscribe to open a PDF file. I'm like, why? What are we doing? They get rid of dark mode and they put it behind like premium price tag to do literally just to invert. I squashed everything in one commit. As soon as we rebasing and sequential merging. Yeah. What? There shouldn't be. I mean, that's why you remove it, because then you can do either one whenever. Oh, this is Godot. I don't know. I'm like looking at that and wondering, like, this is code I've never seen before. Project companies change their tune. Yeah. PDFs are still just that. They're like just, I guess, difficult enough to render that there are businesses entirely dependent on software that can render a PDF for you to your screen. Why does it need C float max here? Where is that actually used? Oh, there it is. Okay. Just use it to invert colors. Yeah. I mean, this is nice. Like, I'll show you what this is. It's JavaScript. I click it and it just runs grayscale, invert, sepia, contrast. There's some other stuff here to like make sure it's selecting correctly. I don't understand. This is like there's like some Firefox stuff in here, I bet, to make that work. What does he mean by this? There will still be a need to rebase and merge this PR with this one. But I don't see why that should be necessary. Because these don't share any code between them. From what I saw, they don't share any code. It's all like totally new functions, totally new lines. There's not like... Oh, this one's basis, this one's quaternion. Okay. I don't know. Now he's got me a little concerned that I actually can't use this one on its own. Huh? Tell that GitHub Gladiator to sub to SpaceX's IPO. Huh? Who's the GitHub? I've never heard of GitHub Gladiator. Who's the GitHub Gladiator? Okay. Right, well, I think I already have it. So I do git remote v. I do git... Let me remember how to do this. I do have to fetch it. Get. I think I just have to say fetch. The guy you're fighting. See, I'm not. There's no fighting. Okay, forced update. Spring max torque. So now it's all in one commit, which means I can go here and click copy. And then I do that. Conflicts. Damn, because I put my code in the same place, right? Oh, wait, no, the header file went through. The compile did not. What? Up here. Oh, right, which... Huh? That's the mistake. That's why it still has to be applied in order, or else it's going to be wrong. Oh no, I think this is just something that I'm missing. That's Godot. Wrong thing. Jolt. Wait, no, that's also the wrong thing. This one. Sea float. Okay, so I just want the whole thing. Though I'm not sure why it's like that. Understand, so I can guess I'm into buying SpaceX stocks. System is complete. Time to head off to bed. Alright. Sleep well. Is that it? We check the diff. Okay, it's... Huh? Man, I don't know. Okay. Cool. Any news here? Here. It discards all previous transformations. Uh-oh, dog's gonna bark. Nope. Just missed him. Okay, you can't edit it while I'm He's just literally barking a bark. Jeez. Let me see if this is true. I'm gonna set one of these motors up to actually I'm just gonna turn off the motors. If I turn off the motors and I see the IK start slumping. Also, I'm not sure what's gonna happen, actually. Because I think I just compiled it. Okay. Okay. I can't do that. Stop, he's just running around the house barking. Okay, 1 second. I'm back. He ran back right as I was about to get up to go look for him. Yeah, so I turn off the joints, and then I have to let this finish building because... Is it really recompiling everything? It's basically recompiling everything. That's crazy how much is affected. Why is the GUI recompiling? How does that happen? Why are the docs? Why is audio? Asset library? The only thing that changed was that Quaternion settings got removed. That's all that changed. And now it's like it recompiled all these things that have nothing to do with it. I mean, that's just... It's just a sign of something. Something wrong with the structure of the code. Deleting 10 lines instead of generic 6 degrees of freedom starts making the audio server recompile. Alright, but I turn off the motors. So now, if I run, I should see the legs just all kind of fall out. At least I think I should see that. Ooh, hang on a second. Wait, now I'm confused. Is the IK really able to go that far? I kind of don't believe it. I kind of don't believe it. I mean, yeah, I think that's actually probably that actually probably is far enough for it to iterate like that. So let me go down to, I guess I'll try 4. Though I think that the rest pose might. Really? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of don't believe that it's working then, right? If it can only do 1 degree per iteration, I should see it being like a maximum of 1 degree away. And it looks like it's not. Yeah, this has got to be like probably 5, or this has got to be like several degrees. But also, why, like, I turned off the motors, why are they still... Yeah. I thought I had it. I did not. So it does need to read the current pose for processing. Okay, but I still think this is right. I still think this is right. This is what the code should say. It's just that now it needs to copy in that data. The chain needs to copy in the bone pose. I mean, really all that I need to do is, all that needs to happen is the chain data just needs to be, whenever we start, before we start running, the chain data just needs to copy the current pose. The chain has to copy the current pose. Right. Process IK init joints. Init joints if deterministic. Ooh. Is that what I do? I enable deterministic and that actually clears the chain and copies the current bone poses. Oh, get bone rest. Oh, wait, no. Get bone global pose. Okay. So if I turn on deterministic, it will copy in the current pose. Bam. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know why some of the legs are lifting like this, but they are. I have no idea why they're lifting like that. But deterministic means it copies in the current rotations every time. And why Set angular target. Right, okay. So I don't have this anymore. I'm only using motors. So I have to do joint data, joint set, mm, right. So this means I need to know the settings of the joint itself. What? Oh, well, I guess I can just set, let me look at this. I guess what I do is I look at angular limits that are disabled, and then, or yeah, I look at angular limits that are disabled, and then I set the motor on those. And I would just, or maybe I don't do that. Maybe I just look at the motors that are enabled. Yeah, I think that would be smarter. So I take the target rotation. I have to take the difference between them. From the current rotation to the target rotation. There is something with Euler angles where if they are too large... I mean, I think I remember seeing something that was like, even though we're doing this, it's fine because we're making progress towards it, and once we get a little bit closer, then the preferences will refine because we're closer now. I'll just do an update here. I think this is the only thing that this does, actually. If deterministic 0, otherwise we do rest correction angle. Well, that's my own thing. So I guess I just take that out. Yeah, I think I just take that out because that's the only thing this actually does. So yeah, really, I just turn these off now because I'm not using springs. No springs, only angular limits on the axis that I don't want to move. And then I'm gonna set motors on the other ones. Yeah, I think it's for this one, like it really does have to take on this, but like I don't know, I just haven't figured that out yet. There's just something wrong with how I'm doing it. I'm trying to do it right now. Alright, but yeah, I just turn these all off. And I should be setting a motor on these with force limits. So I turn that on as well. This one will also be moving on the Z. But I'll have to figure that out, and then I will set the torque limits down there. Which gives me a good acceleration, but I have a target velocity that should not exceed. Springs go away. This turns on. Okay. Okay. So what I will do is I can check, yeah, the joints that are enabled. So I'll do so this should be taking my target rotation and doing joint data, joint I need to know the difference. So this would just be these, I guess. But no, that's actually not right. Because I'm working on the joint. I do have to obtain the specific joint setting. The bones that it applies to. The difference between the bones. So I need let's do this. Get over there. Get bone global pose of joint data if joint data parent is the main body, I get this bone transform and I get its target rotation. I get its global pose. That's the target rotation. Otherwise, it is just the normal pose rotation. But I need to know its global pose relative to its parent. No. Wait. I need to know its orientation relative to the current angle. Okay, so an update process modification with delta, I'm actually going to add something here. I'm going to add the offset. I'm actually going to call it, yeah, I'm just going to call it offset. And I'm going to call this no, I just want the offset in the angle. Okay. So what I do is when I run process modification, I take body diff, so I say joint data offset body origin, and then the angle. I'll do all this down here. It's not really to do anymore. Okay, cool. I don't even use this. I'm just going to drop that line. Okay. So I've got that saved. This is joint parent basis inverse. What? Wait, how is this correct? Why do I get the initial rotation? I set the bone rotation to the angle between these two? That's not right. It should be this one, right? It's the relative pose. But if the parent is the main body, then I have to do... I think this might be where some of this is going wrong. This one's definitely not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be the... No. The angle is the error between the two. But the angle that I should compute is... Well, actually, I guess it's... No, I guess that's still fine, because it is like... They should be aligned. Never mind, that's right. Okay. But the angle is wrong. The angle should be... the actual angle between them. Which is going to be bone rotation. But up here, before this is done. So I'm doing this, then I get the Euler. So I take my target rotation where I am now, subtract where I am now, and this is the difference in radians. It's the difference in radians. So I want to go up to 1 degree per second as my target velocity. But also no higher than a velocity that would take me there in a single step. Okay. So I'm just gonna do this. If flag X enable motor, rotational motor. And I'm just going to copy this. I don't think I'm ever going to use the Y, but I'll leave it there anyway. So if this is on, then I want to do joint data joint set param X angular motor target velocity to the smaller value of 1, or actually the sign of this one. So it should be exchange 2. I'll just compute the whole thing in one go. Velocities will be the smaller value between velocity sine, or actually I guess it would be is velocities sine min I should do like this, velocities sine and I'll do just so it's clear what's happening here. So this will be velocities. So if the angle I think it should just be velocities divided by the delta, right? Velocities divided by... But what's the delta? Yeah, how do I know the delta? Engine.physics ticks per second? But it should probably, I think it's supposed to be the delta time. Yes, I think I should do times physics ticks per second. Because otherwise it would be velocities over the step. I can look at character controller and see an exact demonstration of this. Yeah, dividing by the state step. I'll look at one more example. Yeah, the difference in divided by the state step. I do want one more example. There should be one more. Max stop speed is the ground speed divided by that. And then I do the min between those two. Okay. Which in this case would just be multiplying it. So yeah, take the velocities times the engine physics ticks per second and min that with the sine times the max velocity. And then I just read velocity is x. And then I should be setting a max force. So I'll just set 500. Okay. The negative? All right. Well, the negative is correct for some reason, but I don't know why. I guess it's possible for angle to be wrong on one of these. So I'll just see. I'll just see. Velocities. 0, we don't want to do anything. So, alright. Nothing happens on this frame. I hit continue. That's still nothing. Okay. So it's a problem when it's nearly 0. Right, of course. So I guess I just want to say um yeah. So if we have a difference of less than, I think, probably a tenth of a degree, whatever that is, then I don't care. All right, so yeah, if there's less than a tenth of a degree, I don't care. Hopefully that's correct. Oh, wow, why does it go nuts, though? Though I did see one where it seems like it kind of didn't work. It was like a -0, and it did a min. Oh. Yeah. So it should be... It's probably just like velocities equals... I think I'll just do the sign out here. No. So small value between that and then this, and then multiply by the sign. Okay, this was the problem. Well, these were both problems, but now... So is it supposed to be negative? It is better, but also it's really, really jittery, so... Maybe the force limit is too high? There's also just like no damping on it either, which is... I feel like there should be damping on it. Maybe a meter per second. Oh. A meter per second. Oh, radian per second is too high. So instead, let me say, yeah, because math.degrees 1 is 60 degrees per second. That's way too high. I want to do radians 1. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. 3, 4, 3. I mean, I think it should be like the length of it. So it should, I mean, yeah. I should be scaling it so that from here to here, it covers a meter in a second, is what I think I really mean to say. So somehow I need to understand the length of this bone, which I can just get like that. So I would get the length of the bone would just be the origin of the next bone in sequence, right? Right? So when I am setting up, set up joints, deferred, attachments, bone ID, make joint data from bone target. So this should make joint data from bone targets. Do I access joint settings? I kind of have to figure out how to access joint settings. I just don't know if I'm thinking of. The bone ID. I have the bone ID from way up here. Target bone ID. Right, so I think what I do is, well, wait, actually I technically have the solver, but the solver is a big dictionary and I only need this one time. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I'll leave all this validation stuff here, but as soon as most of this stuff is done... I'm going to... Yeah, like right before I finish, I'm going to get the length of this bone. Just groan at somebody. 10 a length. Yeah, I guess I can just get the children bone. Though I guess I shouldn't do that. Yeah. So I need to look for an IK. Obtain a length by finding an IK setting with this bone in the chain. Well, actually, hang on. Yeah, bones are weird because the child is what defines its length, at least as far as Godot is concerned. Which is why I have to have a leaf node, which is just a 0 length bone sitting at the end. So yeah, finding an IK setting with this bone in the chain. And I guess technically I would even probably have limits. It might be beneficial to apply an angular limit that matches the IK later. So I guess this will be helpful to find that. To length by finding an IK setting with this bone in the chain. Okay. It would be IK... Well, actually it's not. I need to interpret the IK modifier as an iterate IK3D. Just access setting count. Cool. So go through here, and then I go through each joint, and I find one that has this bone in the chain. If I find it, then I know that the next one is going to be the length. And length should just be equal to skeleton get bone pose position. Length bone, length. Okay, and now I have the joint bone length. And then it could be 0, I guess. So I guess I'll just default it to being 0.5. Seems fair. But I need to save it. All right, that's that. And then, of course, I need to do a break. I need to do a total break. See the bone length? Okay. And then update motors. So max velocity, I want to find the arc length of what do I want to know? I want to know what roughly, not what roughly, but what precisely equates to 1 meter of arc. What angle is 1 meter of arc? I just don't remember it. I just multiply it by the angle. So it would be the min f of I take max velocity, divide by the radius, divide by the length. So if I say 1, the bone length is 1, the smallest value would be I would say 1 radian per second if the bone length is 1. That doesn't make sense. What? Okay, if the bone is if the bone is 1 meter long, how many radians reaches 1 meter? So the circumference is 2 pi r, right? So the circumference of a circle of radius 1 is that. To cover this distance, if it was like 1 meter per second, to cover this distance would be if it was at 2 meters per second, if it was 6 meters per second, right? Am I thinking about this right? What's my output? Okay, so the radius is 6 meters. Roughly 6 meters. Okay, I gotta take the dog out. I'll think about it. I'll be right back. I'm back. I did not like pay attention to what time it actually was. I gotta wrap it up really soon. What am I doing wrong here? Dog. Hey, dog. You're okay, dog. I don't know, I'm just not getting it. Something about this I'm just not getting. Alright, well, no. What is the angle that gives me 1? So 1 equals the radius times the angle. Alright. Is that right? If the angle is in radians, so would it just be 1 over the radius? Gets me the angle? What? Is that really how that works? Hang on. Because then that just means it's 1. A larger radius means a smaller angle. A smaller radius means a larger angle. Okay. So yeah, it should just be that over the bone length. Okay. They're okay. Good boy. It's barking at nobody now. His leg just flying off is so ridiculous. Okay, if joint data is equal to joints 0, when I want joints 1, yeah, I want joints 1. So I'll print delta And vel. Yeah, it seems just way too high. I think it's just like there probably just needs to be some kind of damping on it, right? Like it needs to be the min between this one and like I don't know, 0.8, I guess. Just something random. Yeah, because it gets really close and it's not. What? This is worse now. How is that worse? Maybe that's just too high. So it gets closer. And then eventually it's right there on the spot and it says, I don't want to move anymore. And then... I mean, I guess as long as the sign isn't... What? Okay. I don't know, is it... It seems like it should be this. Our current angle. Buddy. Seem all right. No. 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 Go lay down. Like, it actually gets to it, though. It really does get to it. But then it's going to overshoot slightly. Maybe this just needs to be higher. Because it's like when it's slightly off. Well, yeah, because I'm always setting the velocity. So when it's close. Okay, so I think the velocity is definitely just incorrect. Or it definitely is supposed to be the negative of the velocity. It's definitely supposed to be the negative, which I think is just annoying. I could flip these around. No, this is right. I don't know. This, for some reason, the angles are backwards on the motors. I don't know why. I don't understand it. So weird. Whoops. Be here. It's too reactive, right? It's just too reactive. So like, what should this be? It's a smaller value between this one and that one, but like this is already... This is a very small value now. .1 meters per second of rotation. Oh, maybe it shouldn't even be... Honestly, maybe it should just be the radians per second. No, I think it makes more sense to judge it by that. Like, this is what I don't get. This leg over here, I'm seeing it rotate in, and then it rotates away when it's still not at the angle it's supposed to be. I mean, I guess the thing is, it's trying to reach its... It's trying to be at this max velocity the whole time. Maybe it should just be a slide in. Maybe it should just be like, I want to be at that position in half a second all the time. Or like, I want to be, yeah, like I want to be at that position in a half a second all the time, but still with this maximum velocity. So instead of doing this one, I think it should be, did I say like half a second? I want to be there in half a second. So it should be, okay. I think, I don't know. I think I am crazy. It just, it gets into this weird feedback where it just keeps jittering really, really hard. And then it like can't even reach, like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I allow it to have a higher thing. More stopping power. It probably gets there a lot easier. So if instead of 500 I did like 1,000. So it can really stop. This should be enough for it. I think it technically only needs probably like 50s. Maybe that's actually the issue. Maybe the torque limit is actually just too high. The fucking throwing itself apart is just crazy. Okay. Let me math it. Effective mass of 1. Yeah, so I'm actually probably looking more like 50 in terms of torque limit. Maybe this is the real thing. It was set too high. Okay, it broke one of its legs. That's fine. Alright, so with that, slightly less on this. Okay, let me turn this one off, just because I think it's probably causing too much sweep to happen. I saw something just happen. Yeah, I don't get it. Okay. Dog, you are so needy. Wow. Okay. That's it for today. I feel like it's getting there. This is now, at least this is where I want to be. I want to be trying to figure out, like, I'm rotating it too fast, I'm rotating it too slow. How can I like be smarter about how I set these motor speeds, right? And not, hey, the leg is turning inside out on its own without me even doing anything yet, kind of thing. So yeah, it's, I mean, it probably is just like I need something probably more intense there. But yeah, there's the shaking still, right? And I guess it's probably just because max velocity is just also too high. But if I turn these both down to nothing, then it can't even stand anymore. Or it's still shaking a lot, and then it flips over, and then it's just going to break one of its legs randomly. Yeah, I don't know. Just the random leg lifting is weird. Alright. That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.